All right, I see we're off to a good start. uh, my character's body was just glitching out there for a second. That was really weird. Oh, man. Okay, it is 2 in the morning. I am tired today, everybody. I got like 4 hours of sleep, but I'll be darned. I'm going to do this. I'm going to play. I've got a long day ahead of me. I'm not gonna let this slow me down. So, welcome everyone to Vintage Story. Version 1.22, of course. Big ol' update. I was playing around last night a little bit to mess with the update and to see if my world would break and a bunch of other things like that. So far so good, it seems, though there have been some unique bugs that I don't really know how how they happen. I'm sure most people have seen by now, but if you haven't, there's a really fun bug happening with the kern. Let's grab this lantern. There's so many changes I want to talk about with 1.22. None of them are really all that new if you've been playing the release candidates, but the really fun bug with the kern. Like, how does this happen? What the heck? I absolutely love that this is a thing, and part of me just wishes that this becomes a thing. I hope somebody makes a mod that does this. Like, that keeps the kern this way, or at the very least, it'd be really funny for it to have the wrong spinning. So instead of spinning sideways, it just continuously spins vertically like that. It's just so funny, man. I love it so much. But yeah, there is so much to talk about with version 1.22. I'm not gonna even cover everything. I'm not gonna review the patch notes. But I do think that there are some important things that we can cover that I don't know if they're specific to my thing, but there have been a couple updates to things with that I thought would be difficult for no map. Right now it is escaping me, so I might actually have to pull up the patch notes real quick. Let me do that. So Vintage Story 1.22. There was something I was reading. And I don't know what it is. I'm not reading it right now. I don't see anything at the moment. But there was something that I was like, oh man, that would make the no map challenge even more difficult. And I don't remember what it is. But whatever, it's escaping me right now, and it's not that important. What is important is that there were so many changes to this. If you're like me and haven't been keeping up with all the release candidates because, well, why would you? There's just gonna be a full release. Like, nothing's wrong with 1.21, it's just people trying to get into the features really, really early on. Which, I mean, good for people like that. It's always good to have people that are the early adopters who want to test bugs. I prefer my game to not be buggy. I'm not one for early adopting basically anything because I don't like when things don't work properly because it's early. It's just a weird thing of mine, so in particular for me, I was like, nah, I'll wait for the full release, and so that's out now. So we get to enjoy all the fun stuff that happens in 1.22. How many blocks? 40? I think I'll probably go through that, grab my other pickaxe. So let's talk about some of the fun things that they've added. So glass, I wasn't even going to talk about this, but I just noticed it. Glass now has a scratchy, which is supposed to be kind of reflective texture. I don't know how I feel about that, because it's a little, I don't know, it kind of, like, glass isn't scratchy. It is supposed to be reflective, but on, like, reflective of what? It's not like I see my character in this. This just looks like scratchy. And that was the point of, like, chiseling it a lot of times, was to make it nice and clear. And they've added this to glass in general. But I don't know if chiseled glass slabs are going to be the way to go now. It might just be plain ones, because if it's going to have this texture, it just looks kind of weird. There's a very clear like line where you can just see the texture repeats like that, and it doesn't look good to me. So that's one thing. Another thing that's changed are lanterns. We have large lanterns now versus normal lanterns. I don't know what the lantern was originally, but if you look, lanterns now, when they're made, this one has lining. Ignore the lining, it doesn't have to, but, well, actually, let's find a different one. This, no, that has lining. That has lining. There we go. You can use slabs. I don't know if you've always been able to do that, but you can use slabs for this now, which is cool. That allows you to make lanterns with normal quartz if you have a bloomery, which is nice. You don't have to find clear quartz. That's actually pretty nice. But you get a lantern that has a light level of 18, and I feel like that was normal before. I could be wrong, but now you also have large lanterns. Hell yeah! Just talking about the some of the stuff that's updated. So now we have large lanterns that require nails and strips of the various lantern type as well, which is interesting. So we have iron nails and strips that need to be made for a large iron lantern, which all old lanterns that I had got converted into large. So I don't know if that's a nerf to lanterns or if it's a buff, or not really a buff, but they added a different kind of lantern. Yeah, 8 pieces is a lot. It's a lot. That's 2 extra ingots. It's a whole plate, basically. An extra plate's worth of stuff just to be able to make the large lantern, which adds 4 light radius, which is good. But do you remember, Helia, what the base light level of a lantern was? Was it 18? Because the large ones are 22. So that's pretty good. Like, those are very bright, but if you happen to know what a normal, like, 1.21 lantern was, it might be worth it. Because I never looked at the light levels on those before, and now that's the difference between a normal and a large one, is how much light radius they give. So I don't know if it's kind of a buff, sort of, to old lanterns, and now you just have small, and you have small, and you can make the large one for an even better light radius, or what's going on there. Basically, is it just a boon to make a large one, or is the large one the same as the old normal one that we had before? Wiki says 18. Hopefully that hasn't been updated yet, because it's just called, when you, like, type in lantern, you have the lanterns, and then you have these large lanterns, which are the old style and the old ones. All of my old lanterns got changed into large ones. But you do have iron lantern, which is 20 because it has the reflective electrum. Same with that, but, like, yeah, that I don't know. Hopefully nobody's updated that quite yet. I wish they would have done, like, small lantern and lantern instead of lantern and large lantern. I I mean, it's just a nitpicky thing, kinda, but like, I don't know. Maybe I got a free light radius upgrade with all my old lanterns. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. It doesn't really matter because it's cool that they exist. I'm just kind of wondering what it means for converting worlds. Old Lantern is 18. Okay, cool. I thought it was 18. That sounded right to me. So basically all players who had lanterns when they upgrade to 1.22 get a nice big buff in light radius. It's cool that they didn't just make them the small variants, because players would have been like, man, now all my old lanterns are junk. I want to make new ones. I'm kind of glad that they just gave everybody the free big ones. I had a weird issue last night with, there was a thing where my dirt wasn't being dirt. I was converting medium soil into packed dirt. And then I was trying to take packed dirt and make it rammed earth. And when I made the rammed earth, it would make the stack. When I place a block, the whole stack would disappear out of my inventory. And then it would get converted back into packed dirt. Back in my inventory. And I could loop that as many times as I wanted. Which was crazy. I was not expecting that. Also, thing for me that I enjoy, they make your hunger and health bars shake a little bit more violently. So you know when you're actually going to die of starvation. So people like me who don't pay attention to their games, got a big old bump in that. That's really nice, honestly. Because I really don't. I don't notice it. But now it actually shakes. Also, they made, apparently, unless this is also a bug, your character's, like, sounds less obnoxious. They made your character have, like, a slightly different, like, voice. So, like, if I take fall damage, I don't go, like, wah, wah. I just go, like, ew, like a tiny little, like, squeaky sound. I have clarinet on this character. But, like, let me see if I can take some damage. Like, if I jump from here to down there. Oh, that one did it. Okay, so maybe small damage does less sound? Yeah, that. You sound like a cat. The Kern short was so funny. Yeah, that's a thing. I think everybody is getting it. And like, I have it in my world. That short was taken from somebody on Reddit. And since then, I've seen at least 2 other posts on Reddit. And a bunch of people verifying. But yeah, it's a thing. On your walk, you met a tabby cat? Aw. Precious kitty. Yeah, the Kern bug is very interesting, and I absolutely love that that's a thing in this game. I hope that somebody makes a mod to keep that, just for fun, because it's so dumb, but like, I kind of want silly vintage story. Like, I want there to be like the silly mod pack that just does a bunch of stuff like that. Previous bugs in the game that just get added as features. But yeah, so we've got a lot of things in 1.22. There's so much to talk about. The main ones I also noticed is how fat is done now. You have to render your fat by cooking it in a pot. And I didn't notice that at first. And then I looked and I saw perishable and I had 2 days left on some fat that I had gotten. I was like, oh, I need to like cook this. Okay, so I almost lost a whole stack of fat. You can sit there and starve if you like, hell yeah, you don't have to eat. I'm okay with that. Nah, go make food. I will be here. I will be here unless my internet dies, but I reset everything again today, including my PC, so hopefully that doesn't happen. You can render the fat in a cooking pot, actually, and it doesn't dirty it. And I know one of the things they were supposed to change was cooking stacks of food. So, like, if you were to have a bunch of bush meat, the classic bush meat issue of, like, it would only cook one at a time, apparently that is changed, and it will now cook the whole stack. That's what I've heard, but I don't know if that's actually official in the patch notes. But you can render the fat in a cooking pot. Weirdly though, if you do more than 6 pieces, it tells you that you don't have enough space in your cooking pot, which makes me wonder if there's gonna be a large cooking pot, because there doesn't seem to be something like that. It's very weird. A YouTuber actually told the team that it was weird the pot got dirty from the fat. I was worried about that. Like, to some extent, I understand, like, greasy dishes happen a lot. Like, in one of the things with cast iron is you're supposed to, what do they call it? Not temper. But you're supposed to, like, oil it and stuff if you're using cast iron. And according to the legends anyway, you never wash it with soap, although I've heard people say you can wash it with soap just fine. I don't know. But, like, that's the thing, is people will cover their cookware in, like, fat or oils to make it not stick. I'd love a big ass cauldron. I think that's not how I would spell it. It's C-A-L-E-R-O-N, maybe. There's a word for it. Seasoning? I think it's seasoning your pan. And that's what you're supposed to do with cast iron. So, like, it makes sense, sort of, that your cookware would be, like, covered in gunk because you season it. But then also, the point of seasoning it is to cook food in it so that it doesn't stick. So why would it do that? I was concerned that it was gonna do that to me last night, but it doesn't. It does not actually dirty your cookware, so you don't have to worry about that. Because English is 5 other languages put in a trench coat. That's why. Why is it moose and mooses, but not goose and gooses? It's geese. Moose and meese. It's not meese. Why does a lot of everything work the way that it does in life? I don't know. All I know is English was the incorrect language. I don't hate English, but I do kind of the more like the world gets it gets oh, what's the word I'm looking for? The more intertwined cultures of the world become, and the more that like foreign people are like, no, English is hard to learn, and native English speakers are like, it's not that bad, and they're like, no, it really is, because look at this, and you're like, oh right. I saw yet another short the other day of somebody doing that with the English language, talking about that type of stuff, and they were like, a person was like, okay, so what's the past tense of this? And like, you know, their acting, whatever character that they were playing as was like, oh, it's this. And he's like, no, incorrect. It's actually this. And then they went on to the next example, and they used the knowledge from the previous answer to be grammatically correct for something in English. Again, he was like, no, it's this one, yet another exception. And then, like, he kept going down the list. It was like, yeah, all of these should be the same way of pronouncing it, but they don't. It's all different. Because I think his answering in the video of like why that happened, he says because that's why, or something dumb. It was like, English has all these exceptions where it's like, these words should be this type of conjugation, but they're not. So they are that way because it is. Mouse and meese, goose and geese, buffalo, buffalies, octopus, octopi. Yeah. Oh, and so another thing that happened with my update, something you should be aware of, I guess. Let me water my crops that I keep neglecting. Hold on. I got a bunch of turnips in here that I'm attempting to grow, kind of, by forgetting to water them. Everybody knows that crops grow better without any water whatsoever. My freaking boars that I got. I have Generation 5 boars. They don't like me. They attack me on sight. I don't know what that's all about. That's mature rice. I should grab that. I'm like, why are my Generation 5 boars attacking me? I hope that it's just a bug for like this generation, that if I breed them, the next generation that comes out is fine. Like it resets something. But their AI is like if they're acting like with wild AI. Which, I mean, I expect these types of things, but I don't know. It was just weird to me that it's like, how did that get messed up? Yeah, I'll harvest my rice in a second. Let me show you. So yeah, we come over here and I had no problems with my previous pigs, anything like that. And now, oh, I got a shiver in here. That's not supposed to happen. And my boars are in the corner over there. I don't know why that is. Hey, get out of here. Yeah, so we got boars. Yep. Yep. Here they are, all hostile. Hey. Like, I'm getting chased. So, yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's all about. They shouldn't have piglets. I'm pretty sure those are babies for those things. So it's not a piglet rage thing. So now I have to try to not die to my own pigs somehow, but go make your food. Don't let me keep you. I will be here. Continuously experiencing all that is about to change in this game. Berry bushes. Oh my god, that's another thing to talk about later. Talk about later when you get here. Okay, I'll go. I'm forcing you to go. I will refuse to talk until you go. Okay, pigs are not exactly happy with me. Can I feed pigs? Oh, there's rot in this trough. I don't want that. No, don't you chase me. I will end you. I feed you, darn it. Enough. I feed you here. This arrangement is not up for debate. You eat my food. You be nice to me. Speaking of food, I need to make food. I have no pie left over. That was it. Okay. God, I have too many of these rocks. Gotta make more cobblestone for the basement and patch in all this stuff. Better. Now I need to get flax. Hey, no, you darn drifters, get out of there. Let's see. 52, 56. Okay. Tannin. I should probably make more tannin eventually. But for now, food. And I'm really curious. The first thing I really want to play around with here is getting meat pies mixed with... You could do pot pies now. So you can mix meat together with vegetables. So if that's correct, then I should be able to do 8 pieces of meat and 8 cabbage for one really hearty pie. Okay, let's try this out. I am excited to see what this is all about. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha! Nice. Oh my god, that's gonna be hearty. Crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Well, they don't Interesting. So it matters the order that you place the food. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I like that, but okay. I can work with that. Well, I have tons of vegetables and fruit. I need to be doing stuff with fruit. Let's work on some of these pink apples, I guess. Boop. Boop. And then I guess I can take 8 of the yellow apples. Nice. Okay. It's weird that these pot pies are considered different, considering that I put the same ingredients in them. Curious. How long is this good for? 3 days? I will probably figure that out. I'll try to keep one of these pot pies. Oh, I need to stretch and yawn. Okay. My fruit is actually on the low side. I guess I should eat the apple pie first. Give. Oop, oop. Yellow apple pie. There we go. Good nutrition. Come on, game. Give me pies. Okay. Sorry, just multitasking yet again. Alright, well, since I've got a little bit of downtime, I'll be mining and stuff, we can talk more about 1.22 updates, because, like I said, there's a lot. But, let's see, so they updated the handbook quite a bit, which I'm happy about. I always thought that the handbook needed a little bit more knowledge on things. It's nice. The handbook is definitely a great resource, and it really wasn't that bad before, but there's always room for improvement, right? So, my favorite thing that they added was, rock strata. This is super helpful for people that are getting into the game. And less about knowing sedimentary, metamorphic, and igneous rocks, and more or less this stuff here that's talking about limestone or chalk or bauxite. Like, what are you looking for? It kind of explains, like, what is it that you're looking for, and, like, what do you, like, and how do you find that? So, like, sedimentary rock, they say, is claystone, sandstone, limestone, chalk, slate, chert, conglomerate, and bauxite. Sedimentary layers always occur above igneous and metamorphic stone layers, except for basalt, which always does whatever the hell it wants because it's basalt. But then they talk about, they're like, so for instance, if you're looking for limestone or chalk and you see a top stone layer of an area is igneous or metamorphic, then look elsewhere. There will not be sedimentary below. So that means if you're in a granite desert, don't go looking for limestone in a granite desert. That's basically what they're trying to say. And that's awesome, because that type of stuff is like knowledge that people acquired just by playing the game. But now it's written out in basically the rules of the game. The handbook will explicitly tell you, hey, if you're looking for this, this is how you find it, which is super nice. I think that's going to help a lot of people getting into the game, because that's always been an issue for people getting into Vintage Story, in my experience anyway, with it. It's stuff like that that's really nice. And that goes on to say, with rock strata, they talk about, like, hey, phyllite and slate, you can find marble, but that only occurs within phyllite or slate, which is kind of cool, because I found marble in my dark world, but never saw marble before. So this just confirms, hey, marble can be found in these two different types of rocks, and that these layers are in the middle, typically. And then you have your igneous rocks, and blah, blah, blah. They can occur anywhere. And so they talk about, like, hey, what are you looking for? Here's some hints. I love that. They talk about weather and how weather interacts with your stuff. They also talk about the forging stuff that has changed. So when you get into smithing, they talk about clay forming, smelt ingots, forge, charcoal. but then we talk about the bellows and stuff like that. Which is something that I'm gonna have to do. Because I want to get into iron. So, how do I make you? Can I not make you? I can make a small one, although I need nails and strips. But that's easy enough to make. So how do you get a large one? Or can't you get a large one? Crude hide. Interesting. So there's like an early game bellows. Cool. Durability 500. This doesn't have a durability, so that's the thing for that. But then what's the deal with the large bellows? Whoa, hey, don't do that, game. It doesn't say. Oh my, I think they've updated this too. Iron blooms have to be worked in an anvil to be turned into iron tools. Anvil must be bronze tier or higher. Ferrous metals need higher temperatures, so you want a bellows. Steel making guide. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna read all that, but so it seems like the only thing I can make are small bellows, and I need 3 nails for that, and I don't think I have any nails left because I made trunks with them because I didn't know what to use them for before the update. So it's a little unfortunate that that happened. I don't have... Working iron will be very difficult without a bellows. Is my forge backwards? They did change the forge. I think mine's backwards. Can you place the correct way, please? Yeah, look at that. Okay. So I think it's time to mess with this then. What's the deal with brown coal? Forge temp modifier minus 100. Forge duration plus 120. Do I not have iron blooms? I do. They say it will be difficult, not impossible. I'm also going to have to make metal tongs, because that's a thing too. That's not what I wanted. Fuel for 2.31 hours. They did update it. Oh my god, that's amazing. They did update it. That is so nice. Now we can actually see how long this is lasting for. Oh my god. What an amazing quality of life change. And they didn't even mention that. Why would it be hard for me to work iron with this? Unless the temperature... Is this minus... Ah, it caps at 600, but it doesn't say that. Burn temperature is 1100, and then it says forge temp modifier minus 100. So like, why is that minus 100? Well, why does this not say that forge temp is 700 then? So all coal is supposed to be about 700? Like, cool, but you probably could have said that. Now I just have to wait for this to... Well, I guess I don't have to wait. I could break the forge. Put this here, put that there, and put this like that. Fuel for 2 hours. This should go up. I think charcoal is hotter. So this should go up to at least 750. 750. Okay, that is doable, I think. But it will be difficult. They are correct about that. Interesting. Well then, feedback on that for anybody who might be listening or watching that has any importance whatsoever. Please, please, please list with the coals what their temperatures are. Maybe it says it in a handbook or something somewhere, but like, why wouldn't you just say, hey, this thing, like it says modifier minus 100 Celsius. Why? Just say 600. Forge temp max 600. Forge temp max, or whatever, base 600. Something like that. Ooh, that was not a wise move. I didn't know I had that. At least in my opinion, that makes way more sense to say base temp is this with bellows equals this. Right on the coal. Maybe they put that in forging. I'll take another look at that, but it just seems really odd to me to put it too cold, of course. It does seem like fuel burns longer though, which is really nice. I kind of like this new system, not gonna lie. I kind of like how this works. Also, when they say it's difficult, why difficult? Why not just say you will be constantly reheating, like you'll need charcoal and you'll be reheating your metal? Ambiguous terms like that are weird to me, because this game's so good about giving really explicit answers to everything. Like, oh, here's how you get bees, here's how you make iron, here's how you get steel, this is the stuff you're gonna need, you need to lay it out in this pattern. And then when it comes to things like this, they're like, it'll be hard. Hard how? Explain it to me. Why would that be difficult? If anything, just to help me confirm my suspicions. Like, I kind of assumed that, hey, yeah, it'll be difficult, as in, like, you'll have less time to smith. But now I understand it's difficult because you need to have charcoal and you have less time. What do you mean too cold to work? There's nothing left to work. Interesting. So now, we can quench nails and strips. I don't think that's a problem. Though they did say, I think leaving it outside helps. They said definitely weather helps. So I don't know. We'll see if that helps, because it is colder outside. Interesting though. Okay, so I do like this new forging system. And once I have the nails, then I can make the bellows, then I can pump this up and get really working and make iron tongs, which have a durability of 2,500. Why would you quench tongs. What does that do for you? Quenching and tempering. This is new, so let's read about it. Ferrous metal, iron, meteoric iron, steel, and tool and weapon heads can obtain extra properties if properly quenched or tempered. Quenching can be done with or without a layer of fire clay added to the item. With the clay, the durability will be improved. Without the clay, the power level will be improved. Successful quenching can... So with the clay, durability. So more durability on the tongs. Successful quenching can only be done starting from a certain temperature range, as shown in the tooltip of the item. When the item has reached this range, you must then press this when looking at a block of water or barrel or quenchant liquid. As of 1.22, water is the only valid quenchant. What is what are other liquids? I mean, sure, you could put it in something else, but like, what? You must swiftly bring the temperature down below 100 Celsius. Quenching does cause stresses in the metal in the form of a % chance to shatter if quenched again. You can quench an item an unlimited number of times, but the shatter chance will go up consistently, while the benefits gained will decrease in magnitude each time. Shatter risk only applies to quenching, not tempering. After quenching, the bonus obtained will be shown in the tooltip. If the item shatters during quenching, some of the materials will be lost. Tempering process is used to reduce the shatter chance. Similar to quenching, the tempering process involves bringing the workpiece to a specific temperature range and then cooling it. Differs from quenching in that the temperature is lower and the rate of cooling must be much slower than quenching. Allowing the item to simply cool in the air while held or placed is sufficient. Successful tempering will reduce the shatter chance slightly. If your tempering improves the durability of the blade, that durability will remain unchanged. However, if quenching improves the power will also go down slightly. Shatter chance will go down more, though, as a percentage of the total. One cannot temper an item more times than it has been quenched. So I guess I'm confused on what that actually means. So why would I quench something more than once? That would involve reheating it? Why would I reheat an item? Like, I guess that's what I'm confused about. You can't smith something multiple times, so is quenching like... Darn Bowtorn. Get out of here. So does quenching only make it go down? It says below 100 Celsius is what quenching is good for. So that implies that once you quench it and cool it down, it is done. Are you gonna heat it back up? Why would you do that? If it's done, it's done. Why would you ever mess with it again? That's what I'm confused about. I don't have any boards down here. It's nice to see that you can still work iron, though. You just need charcoal to do it. Fair enough. I will take that trade. I don't have any sticks. Well, that needs to change. At least give me, like, 24 of them. My ladders have changed to oak ladders. Did I do this backwards? I think I might have done this backwards. I would do that a lot. Yeah, I did. All right, you can just pick up candles now. It's nice that you can place hot metals on the ground, though. They did mention that you could place tool heads and stuff like that. It's really nice that you could do that, because that was always really annoying before, is you were basically forced to quench. Because if you didn't, then your item would be hot forever. And if it was a tool, you just didn't do either. You just made the tool with the stick immediately, because it was just better to do that. I don't know if I need a full bucket of water, but I don't want to risk not quite having enough. Because the next thing I'm going to do is learn how to quench and smith some tongs. After I get my bellows, which I should get really soon. In fact, I bet I can grab... I've got my leather here. I can grab that. Bring that down to the smithing area because I kind of consider it part of the smithing stuff. Do that. I need... it's useful in... Sheet of stitched leather. Interesting. That's not what I'm looking for, though. Bellows. Bellows. 6 of them. And then 6 boards. One, two, three, four. Whoa, those are logs. Don't want that. 6 boards. And 3 nails. And I will have 4 nails. You guys cold? Hey, they're cold. Nice. That didn't take long. I mean, if you really had to wait, that may have taken a minute, but... Bellows! Heck yeah. Nice. Now this is cozy. This is really cozy. I like this a lot. Alright, so what I'm getting from the bellows... Working iron will be very difficult without a bellows. Well... How difficult is very difficult now with brown coal? Can I, like, boost the temperature faster by using that? A little bit, maybe? Oh, it eats the... Interesting! It eats away the fuel time when you do that. It's going up slightly. Okay, so brown coal is minus 100. Then... Does bellows add 100? I hope it adds more than that. Does add more than that. Nice. $775. Oh, we're still going. 800. Dang. Okay, okay. I like this. Let's just pump you a lot. Let's see what we get. Okay. 850 is good. I'm okay with that. Hammer, please. And it looks like they changed the texture of the iron bloom. I really like how this looks. Looks way better than it did before. Not just black bits, which are really hard to see, but now like grayish. Looks awesome. So this is cool. That keeps going for a while, so it would keep my stuff warm for a while. But like, then when I need to have it be warm, I can use the bellows. I like that. I like that a lot. God, this game is just getting infinitely more fun every time. Alright, so now, if I wanted to, like, warm this up a bit, I could do that. Does it? How much more do I have to pump this up by? It seems like the brown coal itself has a temperature that it has to get to or something. Yeah, okay. Alright, tongs. Tongs. Iron tongs. Ooh. Fancy design. Let's just do that real quick. I mean, makes perfect sense, but kind of fancy. Just yet another item to add to the smithing collection. Which, to be honest, I'm completely fair with. Yeah, I don't think rotating the work item is necessarily going to be the best thing for something like tongs. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we have this now. So, quenching temperatures between 815 and 1050. Ah, okay. Okay, so I do want to do that. I gotta test this out. Okay, it is now 8:48. So then quench. Ha! And I didn't okay. I didn't cover it in clay like I was going to. That was kind of my bad. I got really into that. Temperable. Ah, so you re-add it if you want to. I see. So you could just keep looping the process. That makes some sense. Let me grab clay. 10% is low. This now means I'm probably going to want to have the clay. Wait, where's my clay? Huh? Oh, that's medium soil. Okay. That means I'm going to want to have the clay downstairs now, too. Everything's just going to be downstairs with the forge. Okay, so that's the next thing I got to try. This is interesting. Wait, okay, hold on. So if I want to temper it, then it has to cool normally. Okay, what's its chance of... Shatter chance is 10%. So you're telling me if I put this out here... Oh, it has to lean. Okay, so tongs are a leanable one. And that's just gonna have to cool then. Okay. So, can I temper and quench my pickaxe? I've already made the pickaxe head, so probably not. And there is a grindstone that I can make. I should probably look into that too. What's it take to do that? Grinding wheel takes a grindstone, which is sandstone or chert or claystone, or seems to be those three. That's not that bad. Claystone probably be the one that I do. You need nails. Everything needs nails, and you need a wooden axle. Dang, I guess that makes sense. Grinding wheel, sharpen, slashing, and piercing weapons and tools, imparting a temporary power bonus. Many types of stone can be used to make grindstones, with some providing a sharper edge than others. Well, then what the heck? And that needs a chisel and a block. Okay, easy enough. Well, how do I know which one's better? Is sandstone better or is chert better? How do I know? Don't just say some do this. Tell me. So the break chance was 10% before. So if I get this thing low enough, it should be better. Because it was temperable. So it looks like, okay, so how do I make the other kinds of ladders? Because there's all these different ladders now. They need boards, but oak doesn't. No, it does. Wait, is there a crude ladder? There is. Okay. Weird. All right, so you can make crude ladders, which honestly, I don't hate the look of. I think they look pretty cool. With just the sticks like we're used to. And then you have all the different kinds here that need boards. All right. I'll probably never make those unless I have like a part of my house for style reasons that needs that. Huh. Wait. Please tell me that's a wild spawn and not one of my creatures. You better be wild, because if you're one of my quote-unquote tamed ones, how the heck did you get out? 1, 2... 3. Okay, so you are a wild one. Well... Souffle? Souffle, where are you? Where's my bone flute? Souffle! You lazy bag of bones, what are you doing here? Get over here. We have something to chase down. Hey, they changed the running animation. Oh, look at him! Look at him! Oh my god, this is amazing! Look at him, he's so graceful now! I love it. I love it. He's so graceful. Unlike me, he is the perfect companion. Ooh, they changed... Okay. Ah, so you can just double tap forward. Nice. Alright, you. Go that way. I wish to have another one of you for the winter time. I know you want in there. Come on. You can make it. Don't lie to me. Ah. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Oh my god! The Bowtorn shot this thing! Don't come get me! Get the Bowtorn! Get him! Yeah! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Yes! Go after him! Get his butt! Ow! Ha! He did go get him! Oh, I love that so much! Souffle! Souffle, come back! You're fine! You're the scariest thing out here! What do you mean? You're not allowed to run away from me like that. You're fine. That did some damage to you, though. Dang. Hey, Pedro, what's up? Ooh. Okay. How's the game going so far? Pretty well. Pretty well. I'm pretty happy with how things are going. Big update yesterday. Having a good old time learning all the new features and stuff. It's a little like Minecraft. Much more realistic. It's more difficult, more survival focused. Everything takes a long time to do everything, but very rewarding. Lots of in-depth mechanics. It's very fun. If you haven't tried it, you should. Yeah, I think, you know, to each their own. Minecraft has its things, Vintage Story has its things, but it's... Oh, I didn't mean to pick those up. No, thank you. Put those back, please. But Vintage Story has... It's a lot more survival oriented. So Minecraft's got the things of like the elytra and flying around and all that crazy stuff. Vintage Story is all about realism and things taking a long time, but overcoming the obstacles that you have to face. So, like, how do you make it through winter when you can't grow any crops? Growing stuff indoors isn't really a thing, so how do you manage an entire field of food? And basically the answer is you have to overgrow. Oh, I gotta apply clay to this. I almost forgot yet again. Let's not. Wait, I have this in my offhand. What do you mean, no? How do I apply clay on this then? Okay, I gotta look this up. Am I supposed to... I don't want to quench it again. I'm supposed to apply the clay before? This new update added new stuff for this process. One shatter chance 8%, okay. Don't want to quench it again. I really just... Too hot to craft. So I was supposed to apply it before. Okay, well... Then I shall wait on that, I guess, one more time. Sucks that I didn't think about that before. I guess I'll place it there, and we'll try again in the near future. Yeah, it is. It is survival in real life, and, I don't stream only this game, but this is the main one that I have been streaming. But I play other survival games. Subnautica is one of my favorites. I don't stream Minecraft. I don't really play Minecraft anymore. But yeah, this game is very, very survival focused. There's lots of things that you learn about, like, exactly like how you would survive kind of in real life. So like, how do you make charcoal? Well, there's a like smoke pit that you have to make. And so there's a process of like getting the firewood, placing it in a way, lighting it on fire, but not too much fire, and just smoking it out. Like there's this whole thing. Making charcoal pits, having mechanical power with windmills, growing food, raising livestock, making things like cheese from your livestock, making pie, milling grain into flour, lots of stuff like that. And it has a story. There's a point to Vintage Story. It just takes a long time to get there. It's all about the journey. I do have a streaming schedule. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Mondays and Fridays are later than Wednesdays. Wednesdays are... Well, you could just look at the streaming schedule. It's on Twitch. But it's always Monday, Wednesday, Friday. With Mondays and Fridays being later and Wednesdays being earlier, though that is subject to change. I may end up streaming earlier on Mondays. And stream later on Wednesdays. It just kind of depends on what's going on in life. I run a D&D campaign on Wednesdays, and we're thinking about moving it to maybe Mondays. So if that happens, then I've got to adjust my time for streaming a little bit. Charcoal, charcoal, charcoal. Nice. 606. That's a lot. Yeah, so Vintage Story has a whole like handbook of things. So they tell you everything you need to know about all these like ancient things, like processes of how you do things, prospecting and steel making, rock strata, making cheese, quenching and tempering stuff, which is brand new that they just added in yesterday. Fruit trees, making dye, storing things on the ground, greenhouses, everything you can think of, building a sailboat, taming animals. There's so much to this game. Napping stones to make tool heads out of it. I should probably go check my crops. It's actually kind of late, though. Oh well. I'll go do it anyway. This game even has terrain gravity that you can enable. And the terrain gravity will cause, like, landslides and things like that. Cave-ins when mining is another one. Lots of awesome features. Okay, crops watered. Still growing flax. Turnips are done, though. At least most of them are. These parsnips are done, that's good. Am I really out of space? I am. How did that happen? And we've got a bunch of spelt grain that's ready to be harvested too. I'll come harvest that in a bit. I think I'm curious though about my cabbages that I have over here. More worried about those. Eleven of 12. 11 of 12. Still growing. 10 of 12. Okay, fine, I guess. Oh, these are ready to harvest. Well, I'm definitely not gonna have... Oh, wait. There's no fruit on this. Are you telling me there's fresh fruit? There's fruit there. I think I already harvested these. Most of them anyway. Giant oak. Not too worried about that right now. I guess I'll try to harvest the pears by my house. No, that's not what I wanted to do, game. Okay, pear tree harvested. Looking good, ready to go into dormant state here come winter, which will be really soon because it's almost November. I have a lot of food. God. All right. 58 days. That's quite some time. That's gonna make me through most of the winter. That's 5 months. I think I can make it through on that. Definitely in a better position for food this year than I was last year. All right. It is time to figure out this whole process. So I need to put clay on this now. Is that how this works? How do I apply clay? Quenching and tempering, quenching. Quenching can be done with or without a layer of fire clay. With fire clay, durability will be improved. With or without a layer of fire clay. Oh, that explains that. Do I have any fire clay? I do have a little. Okay. Fire clay. Aha. Covered in clay. Got it. Okay, so then I put brown coal in here. Tongs there. Torch does the lighty thing. All right, so fire clay is even more useful now. got it. Well then. Like, part of me wants to make it then, so I just turn all my clay into fire clay. Or go out and find a deposit of fire clay, which has not yet happened. This is awesome, though. I didn't want that. Thank you, thing. $600. Let's raise you up to 800. 830 or so, I think is what it needs. 815. Keep going, Bellows. Do your job. Alright, that is definitely enough. Where are my tongs? There. Then these. Covered in clay, quenchable, chance to break, 8%. All right. Plus 17% durability. $16.7, I guess. 13% chance to shatter. Durability is 2916. That is nice. That is 100% worth it. That is really awesome. God, I just want to do smithing stuff all day. But metal tongs. Nice. And these are every time it picks something up, so 50 for wooden tongs, or nearly 3,000? Oh my god. Tempering and quenching and all that for iron tools is amazing. God, steel's gonna be even better. That's insane. Okay, I think this wall is gonna be cobblestone because I don't want to peer into my stairs. So if I just, I think I want to cover up this corner. Make it look nice. Discord, I didn't ask you. Why are you flashing like I cared about something that you were doing? So that would make it even. Do I want like this? More of a corner? No, I think I want it more like this. That's gonna be a ton of glass. Yeah, I feel like the unchiseled window looks a little bit better now that they have these lines in them. A little weird, but I mean, I could, because I don't like the change that they made in the game, I could just give myself, was this 10 more of them here? I don't think I have windows anywhere else. Except for the kitchen, but I don't think those are chiseled. These are. Yeah, so this is 10 more. I could do that. I'll go into creative and pull 10 of these. Just because they kind of messed it up in a way that I don't care about. Like that, and then I'll get rid of all the chiseled ones. By get rid of, I mean toss them out there somewhere. What? Huh? There. See, I just think that looks better now that they have the new glass textures. I might be the weird one. Why does the glass look so milky? They added a whole new, like, there's like these little like scratches that I think are supposed to be reflection marks. I don't really like that much myself. It's also not daylight, so it looks a little weird because of the lantern light, I think. But I feel like the glass now looks better not chiseled, because when it's chiseled, it just looks like you can see the pattern. It doesn't look like glass anymore. At least this reminds me of old, like, industrial buildings and stuff. I think, yeah, I'm kind of in agreement. I mean, I don't know if you just saw it. I threw them out here, but they're here. Let me grab them. Like, oh, up the stairs. Here we go. Like, this is what it looks like. Even chiseled now. Like, I just don't like that as much. I get they were going for like a shiny reflective thing on the glass. And I think the milkiness is because it's nighttime and it's trying to reflect lantern light. I think. And I'm kind of in agreement with you though. Not my favorite. So, whoa. I fell? Well. No, wait! That's the wrong glass. No, I want that. Game! I can't see what I'm doing. I shouldn't have to be replacing my glass. I want this glass. I just tossed one off the mountain. That's sad. Don't want those. I'm giving myself another glass pane. Not vintage. Plain glass. There. Well, the thing about it is, I shouldn't be out here throwing away glass because they changed the texture. So if I have to go inconvenience myself, that's when I cheat. Because, like, I also don't really like how milky it is, and I kind of preferred how crystal clear it was when it was chiseled. But you know, I can live with it as long as it's not chiseled. The chiseled version now bothers me. So like now that I have to change that because of the update, I feel like anything that happens in the process of me changing that is not my fault. And I accidentally threw the wrong glass, and it's one piece of glass. Like, I'm not gonna go run down a mountain just to chase it. Just give me a piece and I'm good. Do I want another? I think I've been using 10 glass things. So do I want, how much is 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I want 2 blocks then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 2. I just played around with the new smithing system. I really like it a lot. I think it's really good. It takes a minute for me to, like, understand it, but I did figure it out now. And I'm a big fan. Hey, there's some glass slabs I don't want. Away with you. I made iron tongs. That's how I played around with it. And I made nails to make the bellows. Which, yeah. So yeah, I learned how to quench and temper and like play around with that. So now these tongs went from 2500 to 2916 durability because I tempered them with fire clay. There's a lot of really cool things. I think iron's about to get a lot better with that whole system. Yeah, it looks really good. It looks really good. I'll go back into it here in a second. I just need food. I'm actually noticing when I'm hungry. Isn't it crazy? I'm not just immediately squeaking all the time. Big jumping hunger bar is one of the best changes yet. Who'da thunk? Yeah, I love the bellows. I think it's really cool. So what you should know, I guess, about it, just for... I'm going to turn the music down for a second. Even though I love vintage story music, I want to talk and not listen to that as loud. So what you should know about the smithing system is assume that all coal-esque things in here have a baseline temperature of 700. If you don't know anything about it, because then that makes a lot more sense when you see things like forge temp modifier minus 100 Celsius. It means without using the bellows, this thing only hits a maximum heat of 600 Celsius. Charcoal gets a plus 50 for a total of 750. I don't know why they put it that way as forge temp modifier minus 100. Why not just say like maximum temperature 600 or like forge base temp 600 or something? Because it's weird. But if you think about it, that like I think black coal is the baseline, so that will give you a 700 degree temperature before using the bellows. So what that means is when you're working iron now, you have to use a piece of charcoal if you don't have bellows, because that's the only thing that's going to get it up to 750, which will be a workable temperature. Otherwise, you got to get yourself bellows, and then you can heat it up a lot. But the system's really cool, and I got to make a new shovel anyway, so we might as well get into some more smithing. And I will try to quench this properly. So I'll use a piece of brown coal, for example. And wooden tongs having durability now means I'm going to try to break these. Because I got my new metal ones that I don't have to worry about. I'd assume minus 100 from its shown temp. That's not confusing at all. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It says burn temperature 1100. And you read minus 100 like, oh, so only 1,000? No, 600. What? Yeah, I don't understand how brown coal in a fire pit gets 1100 degrees, but brown coal on a forge gets 600 degrees. So assume the baseline for all fuels for the forge is 700, and then look at the modifiers. So when it says plus 50, goes up to 750. If it says minus 100, goes all the way up to 600, and that's it. So it will never get any warmer at this point with brown coal. They do have a timer now, though, which I absolutely love. So you can see how long that's burning for, but when you use your bellows, it makes the temperature go up, but also messes with the timer. And that slowly goes back up as the coal cools down. So like it got really hot from the bellows. As it goes back to its base temperature, that timer goes back up and then starts ticking down some more. So you gotta, you know, really fan this. And so let's put that up at like 850. That's close enough. But now, because let's say I want to work this other iron bloom, I can just put that on there, and now it's going to last for 1.37 hours, which is a good long time at 600 degrees. So it's going to warm up, and then when I need it to get hotter, I'll just put it back on there and use the bellows. All of this is basically the same. Although they did change the look of the, like, impurities on here from the iron bloom. So I think it's easier to see, which I like a lot. Because before it was just pitch black. And so if you're in a low light environment, it's really hard to see that. Now it actually looks like gray and kind of coal-like. Oh, I didn't even see this piece. And then let's make a shovel head. I wonder if this will burn out on me before I get it hot enough. This is getting cold. Gotta work this quickly. Cool. So now you can quench this right now if it's in the temperature range of 815 to 1,000, which I'm not gonna do because I prefer durability, not mining power. So I'm just gonna let that cool. This I'm just gonna turn into an iron ingot. Yes, they do, and you can set them outside or wherever, like on the ground, which is nice. You don't just have this random piece of molten hot metal in your inventory. waiting for it to cool if that's what you had to do before. Most people ignored that by just making the tool straight away, but now, yeah, they definitely cool down faster. You can already see that happening. This is going to get too cold before I finish it. Yep, right there. I'm very slow at smithing. Hey, but it seems like the fuel lasts longer, is the thing. So you just have to really go at it. Because, like, you can keep adding fuel and it'll give you more time, and then you just keep working on it, and you can replace your objects, so it's not too bad. If Kat was here, she'd appreciate this smithing stuff, I think, too. She says she really likes the blacksmithing. How cold is this? 523. So I gotta wait for that to be cooler. But now you can either quench it normally, which increases its attack power, which I accidentally did with the iron tongs. So I do plus 9% damage and mining speed. I don't really want that. But I did get plus 17% durability by quenching it with fire clay. So you can quench it with or without fire clay. Need to eat food. And, let's see. There's fire clay. But you have to wait for it to actually cool off before you can do this. So it's gonna take a minute. Which is a little annoying. And since we're waiting, I think it's Gracie time. I know you hear. What are you thinking? Hmm? Cat, quickly. She missed out. She missed out. That's what you get. Is this still... It would be. It's fine. Okay, whatever. See, then you can add clay. So now it says quenchable at 815, covered in clay. And so then you come back over here. This thing is probably not going to get up to temperature. probably need to add more brown coal. Let's see, it has a 5% chance to shatter on me. Let's see if that actually happens. Ah, tongs. There we go. All right. All good. Nice. And now it has durability gain 20%. So now we put this on a good old thing here. And we get a shovel with 1440 durability instead of 1200. Extra 200 blocks of dirt, I'll take it. At 20% is a lot. So you can get 10% attack power. So if I wanted to, I could take that shovel head, heat it up again, and then try to get attack power. It does reduce durability. And you have a chance of shattering it if you don't temper it each and every time. So really the most efficient way, and it would be burning a lot of coal to do this, but the most efficient way to make sure you don't break anything is to heat it up, then, you know, quench it however you want, either with or without clay, depending on if you want the power or the durability increase. And then, you want to cool it. It'll be cool from quenching, so you want to heat it back up, then cool it down slowly to temper it, then heat it back up again and quench it again the other way if you want to. And I believe you can repeatedly quench it with clay, let's say, to get the durability up even higher. But I'm okay with 1400 durability. I think that's great. Because what's a steel shovel? Steel shovel is 3000. Imagine 20% on that. 3600. Insane. And I'm actually on the verge of making steel again at this location. I just got to get my smithing stuff all set up. Okay, I need to see what's back here. Some of this goes outside again. And also, I think what I want to do is this, and then mine away this. Yes, more windows. I had always intended on putting more windows in. I think I'm just gonna do this. And then this can also be basalt like that. I want to put windows in over here too, but I think I want a corner window. Like maybe this corner a bit, I don't know. Because the thing about this is I have my staircase here, so I don't want to, like, see my staircase too much. I want to see outside. So I want to have, like, a corner window, I think. How much of this do I want to do? I feel like I could do two blocks over again. I don't have that much glass, though. I'm gonna have to make more. Can't wait to play again, but my arm hurts like crazy. Don't want to take ibuprofen. Hey, I get that, though. I really do. My mom takes a lot of different prescription medications because she has had chronic pain issues and whatever. Hey, that shovel broke and it didn't make a sound. That was really weird. I was expecting to hear the, you know, the tool breaking sound. It just didn't. But she has chronic pain, takes a lot of medications and whatever, and like just growing up with somebody who has to take medications all the time because she's built up a tolerance to things, I've always been like, you know, maybe I don't need that medication. Maybe I'm good. I can power through this. I don't want to take medication every time there's a sore of some kind or whatever it is. But you think you have to today, otherwise you don't think you can do anything. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta. Yeah, do what's best for you. There's no shame in taking care of yourself properly. I am really noticing the hunger bar. Like that whole change they did there, I am noticing that like crazy. That's actually really awesome. Ah, nope, 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 nope. Still nope. It's a quieter than average Wednesday for me. Maybe everybody's just playing Vintage Story. They don't feel like talking, they're just gonna play. I feel like I'm getting nothing accomplished in this episode today of this stuff. But God, it's been so much fun exploring this new mechanics and stuff. I already made a pot pie. I'm so happy. They look amazing. They are amazing. Made a cabbage and red meat pot pie. Hold on, let me grab. I gotta, before I forget. Oh, you could throw a brick? I don't want to throw a brick. I guess it makes sense, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose my fire clay bricks. Quartz. Pot pie. Do you not know what a pot pie is? I don't know if that's weirdly, like, I don't know where that comes from. I'm not judging you if you don't know what that is. I'm ignorant of other cultures, so I don't know if a pot pie is like a, like, I don't think it's an American thing. I think it was probably from, I don't know, probably like England or something. Like, it's probably some sort of British food or something. I don't know. Yeah, so pot pies are like a mixture of... It's like a mixture of meat and vegetables together in a pie. So it's like a... Well, it's basically like a casserole contained in a pie. It's really good if you've never had them in real life. But now you can make them in games, so you can mix meat and vegetables together. I don't know if it matters what ratios. That's my next experiment that I actually want to try. Like a quiche? Maybe like a quiche, although quiche tends to be... like with egg and, like... It tends to be flatter? At least in my experience. There's probably different kinds of quiches, but the quiches I've always had have been like a breakfast food. Or, you know, like you make it out of egg and then put like different blends of whatever, cheeses and vegetables, meats, whatever in it. A quiche? We make breakfast quiches over here. It's not a one-person thing. It's like a meal for a whole family, but it's like a whole breakfast. Yeah, we do that. Also, just huge quality of life thing. There's no longer a 1-second timer on picking up things that break. So like picking up crops or whatever, you instantly pick them up if you're near them. For me, that's nice because I have the thing where you have to crouch to pick up stuff. Because I don't like picking up random blocks I don't want. Also, they made the elk animation for running better. Look at this. He's so graceful now. Look at him go. They changed his stride up too, like even in first person. .22 is fun, Loopy. Having a lot of fun. Let me... There's so much stuff I want to do. I gotta make more food. We're experimenting now with the new food system a little bit. I just got done doing some smithing, but they have pot pies that you can make. So you can mix vegetables and protein together. So I have 2 meat that's left and a lot of cabbage. I would like to try to make a pot pie out of that if I can. So let's I don't know. Let's mill some rice here. It's very dark though, I can't see. I need to make myself a lantern, which means I should probably make large lanterns. I wish you could see the messed up kern, Loopy. It's really funny if you haven't seen it yet. Let me go grab a light source, I guess, and come back. Haven't seen anything. Yeah, so there's a bug with kerns right now that it's hilarious. Oh, I've got a shiver in here. Oh, I guess he's up there. Yeah, look at the kern. It's one of my favorite things. Like, I legitimately hope that somebody takes this and just makes it like the normal kern behavior as like a goofy mod. I love this. Like, yeah, exactly. It's funny, not game breaking. It still works 100% the way you want a kern to work. It just looks really funny. Some people are calling it the biblically accurate kern. Or whatever. Like, that just, the community is having a blast over this. I made a short with it from a post I found on Reddit. Also, you can pick up candles now. You just pick up a candle. God, it's so nice. I am so excited. There's so much stuff. So much stuff. I want to stream all day. I might tell my friends, hey, we're not doing anything tonight. I'm gonna just play Vintage Story for like 15 hours. Because one person's going to be gone tonight anyway. So we're not even going to do D&D. We were just going to play a couple different board games or whatever and grill out. Have some food. But I kind of just want to play Vintage Story. Am I a bad friend? You can't store pie slices like that, huh? Dang. Well, pause that for a second. Alright, so can you mix? Yes, you can. Nice. So you don't have to have perfect quantities of meat or vegetables. You can supplement the remainder. So as long as you have at least 2, then you can make it a pot pie as long as you have the other vegetables to go with it. Which does that mean you can mix other vegetables? So like, I've got some carrots in here. Lots of carrots. Onions. So if I mix like 4 onions and 4 cabbage, is that a thing I can do? Onion, onion, cabbage, cabbage. Yes! Vegetable pie. I don't know if that's always been a thing. But it's a thing now. Shin, what's up? How you been? And how much work do you have to do updating your stuff? I know you were working on updating your mods with all the release candidate versions of 1.2.2, but now 1.2.2 is out, so I imagine that's going to take some time, maybe, unless they didn't change that much. Hey, Demon's here too. Nice. We got the gang. We got a lot of people here. Rest should still be okay. Good. Hopefully you don't have a ton of work. See, here comes all the people I was talking about. I was like, it's quiet for a Wednesday, and then a bunch of people hop in. Yay. And Cat's here. Oh my god. Cat, you missed Gracie time. Although you might get lucky right now. Gracie. Gracie, you have to show up, okay? They have to see your beautiful face. I see you. I want to grab you. I just don't want to burn the pie. Okay. She is refusing to be objectified at the moment. She's walked over to the other room where there's a bed, and she is standing right next to it. That's her sign of, I'm going to go under this bed if you follow me. This is nice. You can mix vegetables and you can mix meat, so you can have the pot pies. Though, something to keep in mind, the pot pies that you make do depend on how you make them, even if you have the same ingredients. So if you put 4 meat and 4 vegetables, but then on the next one use the 4, like do 4 of the same vegetable and 4 of the same meat, but you do it vegetable then meat and not meat and vegetable, they will be different pies. So you do have to be a little bit careful when you're doing that. That way you can manage your inventory a little bit better, so you don't just have like double stacks of everything. Yes, I'm on 1.22. Yeah, no, they've done so many quality of life changes. The smithing system is amazing. I did some of that. You did miss out on that too. But I think, Kat, when you get into it, you're gonna absolutely love the smithing system if you haven't already played with it. I don't know if you have or haven't. I didn't get to mess with it until late yesterday. But it's a lot of fun. It's really good. I'm gonna put this gravel in here. But yeah, the new smithing system allowed me to make this iron shovel with plus 20% durability. So it has over 1400 instead of the normal 1200 that it has. So that's really cool. The bellows are nice. I really like those. I want to get into fishing, but I don't know how large of a lake I have to be near for fishing. They did say it has to be like large lakes, but I do want to try that out. And the update process for 1.22 was like flawless. I didn't have any I did have one issue. I think I want this to be still blocked off. I think I want to do this. No. Place. There we go. I did have one issue with it. I had the weirdest bug. I mean, I have you seen... God, I can't remember who was here and who wasn't. I'm gonna go back and show the kern. I just have to. It's too funny. For those of you that haven't seen, that weren't here, because I don't think everybody was here. The biblically accurate kern. This is like the 4th time I've shown it in this stream. It's so amazing. I love this. That needs to be a mod. I want it to stay that way. But, yeah, so there's that, and the only other bug I had was a really weird thing with dirt, where I would go to make rammed earth, and it wouldn't let me for some reason, but a restart fixed that. I don't know why it happened. I think there was just a weird thing, so I was like... making, you know, I made my packed dirt like this, and then I went like this and made my rammed earth, and when I clicked to take all, it would make the stack, but then as soon as I placed something from the stack, the block and the rest of the stack would just disappear and turn right back into packed dirt. I have no idea what that was about. That one was something I've never seen before. That's the only other bug I've had. The berry bush system has been updated. However, the current berry bushes that are in the world that are already planted are like in legacy mode. So they still exist and function normally, but it'd be all the new berry bushes that you haven't rendered yet that you find. Those will be different. So, like, here's some blueberry bushes that I have. They don't look anything like this, by the way. Berry bushes look way different now. If I go in here and I do cranberry bush, like this. They look like this. That's a new cranberry bush. That's the old one. And they have the nutrient level thing, which, whatever, I'm not a huge fan of, but it's fine. I just won't use berry bushes that much. They look cool. I just don't like the mechanics of the, I don't like the mechanics of the berry bushes myself. I do like the fact that you can fertilize them to increase their, like, harvest capabilities or whatever, and that they have, like, a trait system so you can, like, cultivate the perfect berry bush. And that seems like a system they could build upon too, because I imagine that they could have a thing of like, what if you want to cross-pollinate plants and make hybrid plants? Like, not hybrid, but like there are positive and negative traits on wild berry bushes now. So if you find something that says like, oh, plus 35% ripen time and minus 10% grow time or whatever, I wonder if in the future they'll let you do something with bees to cross-pollinate those so that you can have both traits on one plant. Or if there's other ways of doing that. But it seems like a system that could be built upon. But they also changed the way the berries look. So those are how cranberries look now. Those are black currant. So they look a little different. Oops. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm a big fan of all the changes. The berry bush system, the only reason why I personally don't like it is the fact that it feels like it's too much work for what they are. That's the only reason why I don't like it. They're berries. Like, berries just really don't do much. Even if you get more from a harvest, I never need more berries. And the time, I was in a test world, the time it takes for you to grow a bush from a cutting, because you have to get cuttings now, you can't just transplant the bush. The time it takes for a cutting to grow is 4 months. So even if you start brand new in April of year 0, you're not gonna have a berry bush until August. And then it's gonna take 2 months from that date to give you berries? Like, 6 months to grow a berry bush in game is crazy. I'll just go get a fruit tree. I will just scour the land for fruit trees instead. For the most part. I'm still gonna grow berry bushes, but like, I just feel like fruit trees are more reliable at that point. They give you more fruit, and a lot of it tends to last longer and has better nutrition. Yeah, exactly. It's like you like berry bushes now are. That was the thing I was going to mention earlier, where I was going to say this is more challenging for people who want to do a no map run. You can't mark berry bushes on your map in a no map run. So not only do you have to now worry about getting berries at your new established location, you will now have to worry about finding the old berry bushes that you harvested from and repeatedly doing that trek every time you need berries and checking on them with no map. Like, that's just gonna be pain. I don't like that at all. But I guess it puts more of an incentive to go hunting or whatever. They've also changed, are you really too hot? Come on. They've also changed, oh, what do I do with these? If it's too hot... No. Didn't want to do that. I guess they just have to cool down on their own. Oh, they changed grain. Flax grain specifically yields half as much of everything. You get half the amount of grain and half the amount of fiber, I believe is what they said. Because now in the wild you find double the amount of flax grown wildly. Now I don't know if it's half as much grain and fiber from wild crops or if it's from your own field, but they did say the intention was for you to grow larger fields instead of like larger farms for flax instead of smaller ones. So I guess they felt like people aren't scavenging enough in the early game or something. I don't know. Those are the changes that they did. If we have or get a crossbreeding system for the traits, I'm going to disappear into the rabbit hole and show back up real life months later with the perfect bushes and encyclopedic knowledge of niche vintage story bush traits. Yeah, really. I kind of feel the same way. Also, Cat Sura, thank you for the follow. If there are 2 cats in here, that's going to be very, very confusing. But, no, crossbreeding different berry bushes is the only thing that I could see that would make me get into that, honestly. That system just seems very cumbersome for what it is right now, but there's plenty of room to build upon. As if year 1 flax wasn't enough of a struggle to get. Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of agree with that too. So, like, the idea is instead of finding a patch of 4 flax, you find a patch of 8 flax, and presumably you get seeds from a good half of those. So then you wouldn't have to scour the world as much to find flax, and then, you know, you could have a larger field of flax sooner, but then you have to make more tools because the durability of your stone tools is going to go down. Like, your stone hoes that you use are not going to last long enough. Like, it's just a whole thing of, like, I get it, but that stuff always bothers me because it's like, why are you doing this? What are you targeting? What was too easy? Year 0 is already a wash on, like, things like, oh, you gotta get established. You can't freeze this year. You gotta make sure you have food. You gotta make sure you have whatever. Like, the first year is just you surviving, usually. Which is why I do, for my YouTube stuff, like, surviving 1 year in, whatever, a biome. Because that is when it's going to be the most challenging. I don't want to do this. I think I want to do this. And then I'll just extend this out. This will be floor anyway. That'll probably be fine. We can get rid of these. So I just need some glass blocks to fill in this corner. Which means I can actually extend this. Basement area is looking much better now. Personally, I think I want that. That looks a little bit better to me. Much more open, much more glass. Uh-oh, my usual watch movies for free sites are all down. Oh no. There's one that I like to go to that keeps changing its domain because it keeps getting taken down, and so they're like, okay, and they just buy like the same name but different like domain extension. So instead of like .com, it's .co, then .io, then whatever, then .dx, whatever. They just kind of keep switching it every few months. In general, I'm not a fan of the way that those sites get their free content, it's typically at the expense of the creators. But then also I feel like content in general for like movies and stuff like that is way too gate kept to begin with, because it's like, well, make sure you get this streaming service and pay us $20 a month to watch this show that is only available here because we've monopolized this franchise or whatever. Like, it's like, guys, I just want to watch the show. I don't want to pay for your entire streaming service to watch the one show. I want to watch the one show. I will give you whatever you think that's worth. If you give me access to just one show and say I have to pay $1 to watch the entire show, fine. But I'm not giving you $20 a month so I can watch one show. That's my take on that stuff. So when it gets to that, I'm like, okay, like I'm fine with those sites existing until we get a better system as humans where we can be like, hey, it's kind of crap to just deny people being able to see this thing and making them pay for a whole subscription. But it will take us a very long time as humans to get past that, I think. So in the meantime, a yo ho ho and away we go. Using mod that changes seed drops based on growth of the crop. They have seeding stages, etc. That's pretty nice. That does sound nice, Shin. Netflix and movies to watch are both down. Keep raising the price of these streaming services. Wonder why people pirate. Exactly. Also, for those that weren't here, they did an animation upgrade for the elk and the running. Look at how graceful Souffle is. Whee! So, Shin, question, since you are kind of, you know, you got Equus and stuff, you got mods with movement. How does that work with like that? If they made the movement system like more fluid like that, you say you use Jaunt, does Jaunt handle that? Or like how does that work for you? You have to account for that new movement system for your creatures that you work on? They have a reasonable option to watch properly, I will, but they make me pay a ridiculous amount for a service and then sometimes pay again for that specific show and still have ads. I know, that's the worst thing. You pay a subscription so that you don't have to watch this with ads, and then now you pay a subscription for the ad experience and more money for the ad-free experience. How about I don't pay a subscription at all and you just don't get my money? The golden age of streaming services are gone. We can all return back to movie stores. Give me Family Video, Blockbuster, old school Netflix. Reject streaming, return to movie stores. If they sold, seriously, if they sold like a entire, if they're like, hey, you want to watch season 1 of the Fallout show on DVD, you can go to a movie store for $2 and rent the entire season. Sold. Got it. Streaming services might just get like checked by some person trying to make movie stores a thing again. They might, if they keep going this way. All it takes is one person to make movie, like old school Blockbuster, more convenient than Netflix, and it'll be returned to the early 2000s, which I wouldn't hate. I kind of miss the early 2000s. Thinking of redoing my horse model and animations in the future. The movement you see is just animations. The vanilla gate system and jaunt gate system handles how pressing buttons changes what speed the creature runs, animation plays, etc. Okay, so you don't really have to deal with that then. Too much. The animations are provided by the like other dependencies you have, like jaunt and vanilla, and then you just make modifications based off of like your creature. So I'm assuming for your dragons, you know, you make some slight changes to add more weight in how they move or whatever. Tail swinging, that type of stuff. Wing flapping. Not in the slightest. Okay, so you do have to worry about it. That's how I read it. You said it was handled by the other stuff, so I was like, oh, so you don't have to worry about that. So you do have to worry about that. Someone I know told me that Instagram has a forced stop now where it plays you an ad that you can't scroll past. Nope. How to uninstall Instagram will be the next search result. Which, if somebody has to look that up, that's also bad. More likely it would be how to skip ads on Instagram, or find the cracked version of Instagram where you can turn that off. I only use Instagram because I have friends that were like sending me stuff on Instagram, and I'm like, I don't use Instagram. And so I decided to try it. Not really like in earnest, just because they send me stuff. I wouldn't use it. I don't really use any of that stuff. If I do, honestly, the one that I do use is YouTube Shorts, which I still feel bad in its own way about that. But at least YouTube Shorts doesn't require you to, like, download a special app. And no, YouTube, I'm saying this now, do not, under any circumstances, release a separate app for Shorts. Nobody wants that. It's fine that it's on normal YouTube. If you make people download a separate app for Shorts content, you will kill your entire industry with that. That's the best thing that YouTube has going for it. What the heck? Must have been a little fragment or whatever. The fact that YouTube is just YouTube, where you can share a link to whatever video, whether it's long form or short form content, and anybody can see it without having to make an account, and there's no obnoxious pop-up about making an account. That is the best thing that YouTube has going for them right now, in terms of that, over all the others. TikTok has a desktop site. Nobody uses it. It's bad. They started mobile, and they want you to continue using mobile. I told my friends I was leaving. They didn't care. Now I have no friends. That's sad. We're your friends. I wish I could tell YouTube to not show me shorts on the main page. I was gonna have community posts in a tab of my own following page. Yeah, no, the TikTok website is really bad. It's like the most minimal amount of effort that they could put into a site. It's not good. I'm only live at night. Hey, it is perfectly bright and sunny where I'm at. So much sun that Gracie is laying on her window ledge, half in the sun, looking at me. I only stream at night because, that's just kind of the time that works. I guess I could do a stream at... Okay, surprise stream someday in the future. I'll get up at 6:30 in the morning my time. Or rather, I will just not go to sleep the night before and stream. YouTube, back to what you were saying, Helly, about YouTube. It's community stuff, like, it's trying to be a social media. They really tried with the Google Plus thing that they did a long time ago, and like they're still trying to make like YouTube a big social media site when people don't really want that. It's kind of funny that they're going that route and trying to turn YouTube into this whole social media thing. I don't think anybody particularly wants that, but the community post tab thing is kind of cool, I guess. I've gotten a little bit of engagement with that. Off work next week. I have more time to catch you then. Yeah... Surprisingly, my main audience that watches me seemingly on a regular basis is European based or somewhere on the other side of the world from me. So, not everybody, but like, let's say I have 10 people that watch me semi-regular. A good like 7 or 6 of those people are not in the US. So it's not, I guess, a super majority or vast majority, but it's a majority of people. I've noticed that. I don't know why that is, but hey, whatever. I'll take it. I'm happy learning about other cultures and stuff. I feel like if I get more Americans that watch me, it's cool to be able to like reminisce about things, but also like... I don't get the experience of being able to be like, oh yeah, so what was school like for you? Because I kind of know what school's like in America. It does change a little bit from place to place, but it's by and large very similar. I like having a wide variety in my audience. Yeah, it's also 3 p.m. for me, Cat. It is perfectly midday. I've seen community posts on YouTube a couple times in my main feed. Though I have been trying to follow like guides and stuff, not really guides, but like there's stuff online that's like, hey, you can tell YouTube that you want to see less shorts content, because they do that thing where the moment you open up YouTube, they're like, here's a wall of shorts, and you don't see the main thumbnails of the long form content anymore. Like there are ways to like tell YouTube, hey, I don't want that. You just basically, there's like a little settings icon with the row of shorts, and you just click on that settings icon for the row, and then you say, show me less of this. And if you keep doing that you actually do start seeing less of it. But I was actually watching a video on that, which is, it's kind of a scary thing as somebody who gets into content creation, is like, I do long form content. My main source of income is long form content. It's streaming and it's YouTube videos. It's not short form content. Short form content, because there are so many shorts of so much stuff, like the current video was great. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was funny. I thought it was fun. People would get a kick out of it. I thought it would hit a trend of Vintage Story 1.22 because I just released. You know, like, I thought it would be this bigger thing. It got the same amount of views and likes as my other ones have gotten. Nothing special. And I'm like, I don't know how to hit this. How do I hit the trend of being one of the ones that gets 700,000 likes in whatever? Like, is it not funny? I think it's funny. Everybody who's seen it says it's funny, you know, but like, that's how you make money off of shorts. You have to have like 3 million, 20 million views on this thing. And it's like, you make, for me, I make like 1,500 and then it never shows up again in anybody's feed. It's not like the numbers go up. They stay stagnant. I don't get any new views on shorts content after the initial wave. So the stuff I got last night and whatever I get today, that's probably going to be it. Nobody's going to see it again. I don't know why that is, but like, YouTube needs to be super transparent about that. And like, hey, this is how our shorts algorithm works. This is how we show more things. They don't do that. Like, they don't have to give specifics, but they can be like, look, your shorts content will only be viewed 1 week after you post it, and then it will be far less likely to be viewed. Okay, now I know that I have a week or whatever. They don't tell you any of that stuff. It's just a guessing game, which is the worst part about that. All right, Shin, thanks for lurking. Nice to see you again. But yeah, it's so weird that like there's no information on that type of stuff. Like, I released that current video, it's using a copyrighted song, but it still tells me that the copyrighted song is still able to be used for ad revenue. And I'm like, wait, how? If it's copyrighted, it's copyrighted. How does that work? And they're like, well, our shorts copyright or our shorts monetization policy is different than our long form monetization. They're like, basically, we just split it up among the parties. So if they detect copyright material, you still get monetization. You can still get paid, but then we also divvy some of that out to the original creator. I'm like, why don't you do that for long form content? If you get copyrighted on YouTube for long form content, all of your monetization goes to the whatever, the publisher, whoever copyrighted your stuff, whoever owns the rights. Like, all of it. I don't understand why they're like, oh, but for short form content, we just pay them like whatever, 60% of what you make. It's fine. Like, what? Because I was trying for the longest time to figure out how to not monetize that video, because I'm like, I'm not trying to get copyright infringement, and even if I do get copyright infringement, I'm not trying to make money off of somebody else's thing. I just think it's funny. It's very weird. There's no way to turn off monetization per short either. When you upload, they're just like, oh yeah, all of your shorts are available for monetization. And it's like, huh? Why? I mean, I don't really care, but like, why is this so, like, I kind of know why it's so relaxed compared to everything else. It's because they want people to make shorts and they want people to try to make money off of shorts, but you're not going to see me uploading short form content as the main form of content until I start getting more money out of that. and they start telling me like how I can, like how it works a little bit better. It's very awkward and weird being a content creator. I think it further solidifies the point of people being jealous of the content creators that have already made it, that just have the sponsorship deals and then put out videos that are like fairly minimally edited. And then they're like, yeah, that was my new video and it's got 700,000 views in 3 days. And you're like, wow, how the heck did that happen? I only ever aim for my content quality to go up over time, and I do plan on trying to do pretty much all of it myself. It's gonna be a long time before I would ever have the cash to be able to pay somebody to edit my videos for me. I use DaVinci Resolve for editing. And so I have to learn a lot of the ins and outs of how that works, but the program's great. For anybody who doesn't use DaVinci Resolve, if you use Adobe Premiere, try Resolve. There are plenty of people who have been using Premiere for a long time who have been switching to Resolve. And even now, these days, Resolve is a thing like that professionals use for video editing instead of Premiere. Even not just like, it's not like a gaming thing, it's a professional video editing software for even like movie making and stuff. I'm pretty sure even Markiplier for his Iron Lung movie that he released a couple months ago used most of his editing stuff was in DaVinci. The truth is, anybody who's in the industry probably uses Premiere and DaVinci, because there's probably things that they're both rather good at, or one's better than another in some way. But he even mentioned before, I believe, like, there are certain tools that Premiere has that DaVinci doesn't have, or, you know, DaVinci has a better way of handling this type of thing that Premiere doesn't. So, and that's how it tends to be in a lot of industries. People get mixed up over like, which is better, this or this, and it's like, in reality, the professionals use both because there are strengths and weaknesses to either thing. DaVinci is the free one. It is completely free. You can pay for a pro license, which unlocks some additional features. Like, they do have AI stuff. Now, that sounds like, ew, AI, but it's like good stuff. It's like AI used the way that AI should be used, where it's like detection stuff. So, like, if you use any image editing programs, you know things like the fuzzy select tool. How it's supposed to try to detect things that are of similar color or whatever to, wow, I'm just gonna lose all that, I guess. Like, it's a tool that's designed to make your life easier so you're not manually having to trace out everything all the time. DaVinci has a lot of tools like that where it'll be like, oh, if you want to improve your voice, here's this, like, AI voice analyzer that will try to adjust the equalizer and stuff automatically to fit your voice for the best sound possible. And then you can, of course, go manually edit it, but it, you know, it shortens the process a lot. Because right now with voice editing, I have to go listen to a clip and, like, try to add effects and try to shorten this and lower these decibels and increase these decibels and all this other stuff. Or not decibels, but frequencies. And even then, it doesn't sound that great because my microphone is a bit on the cheap side. And I probably need to adjust some of my OBS settings a little bit more. But I think in general, my stuff sounds okay. Yeah, AI tools that are just an algorithm that does stuff, and it's like, yeah, no, like generating AI, the stuff for like art, no. The stuff that like make videos out of nothing, no. But like AI tools that are like makes your job easier by revising, analyzing, adjusting things automatically, and then you go in and you tweak it slightly is very nice to have. Someday I will pay for DaVinci Pro. I don't know what it's called, Pro. I think it's the Pro subscription, something like that. It's not even a subscription. See, that's the best thing about DaVinci is while on Adobe, something like that would be a subscription, for DaVinci, it's a one-time fee. So you just say, I think it is quite hefty because it's software, whatever, but it's like $700 or $800, but you buy it, you own it. You get customer service that lasts a long time and like forever, whatever. You know, you get all the stuff that you used to get with software back in the day where it's like, hey, I purchased this thing and this isn't working. And now I have like people that I can talk to help me with that. Chiseling this is gonna ruin this a bit. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, let's see what we can do about this. My mic sounds good, to be fair, like actually good. Well, I do spend some time, Loopy, trying to adjust my EQ levels and stuff like that to hopefully have it be nice. It is a cheaper microphone. I think the microphone itself is only like $70 or so. It comes with a mixer. The mixer it's fine. It could definitely be better. The whole thing was like $200. Mixer, boom, and microphone. So it's not anything crazy. You can spend $500 on a mixer alone. How do I get this window to look nice? I'm gonna have to chisel everything, and I guess I'm gonna have to do what I did before, which is outline it. But then all these other windows are gonna be different, and I don't want to chisel every single one of those. Maybe I can get away with using like basalt rock to try to make that look nice. It's not gonna line up perfectly, but maybe. Might mean I have to go get more rocks. Can't chisel this block because it's too unstable. What? That's fine. I mean... Wait, what does that mean? Too unstable? What do you mean, too unstable? Whoa. Oh, what? What the heck? Am I missing pieces? What the heck? No, that looks good to me. What does that mean? I've never seen that before. What do you mean it's too unstable? It's glass. I've never seen that before. Sometimes I get a bit distracted when game sounds are loud, but generally it's fine in your videos and streams. See, that's the hardest thing to balance with sound, is the game sound to me right now is super quiet. Like, that is not that loud. And the music is at 1%. And on my own mixer, my own like volume mixer in Windows, the game is at 100%. So I could try adjusting the game's volume down to like, let's say 70, and then maybe music up to 2% or something like that, or whatever. I could try, you know, fluctuating and changing that. But like, I don't know. What is going on? I feel like this is not picking the right block. It's like inside the thing, is it not? Am I crazy? Maybe it's just glass. It's hard to tell. Yeah, these will never ever line up, so I'll have to like re-chisel the whole thing, which is really annoying. Or I just don't do this and I change my windows even more. The whole thing that said it was unstable. That's really weird. I've never seen that message before. Quick Reddit search says, try putting it on solid ground to begin chiseling, then move it to its final location. Subnautica video from a few days ago. Yeah, I think it was episode 3. I noticed it was a bit loud in the beginning. That was just me talking loud in the recording. I tried turning my voice down a lot in that, but every time I was like, hello everyone, like when I did that, I was like, it was really loud. And I don't know what caused that, because I even turned my microphone volume down to like 3/4. Right now it's just above half of maximum. So like I even turned it down, because episodes 1 and 2 my microphone was at 100%, and then I manually adjusted the decibels in the post editing. For that one I was like, let's put it at 75% and see what that sounds like, because I thought it sounded like it was peaking a lot, but not like a traditional peak, because it didn't peak like in the edit or anything, but it sounded like it was peaking in the recording. I can't fix peaking. You can't make your microphone sound clearer. The only way to do that is to voice over it, but since I'm showing my face and talking, I can't just voice over it. I could cut it out and just be like, yeah, blah blah blah, but like it's supposed to basically be, you know, live. So yeah, it's I couldn't edit that. There was no way for me to fix that. So I was like, this kind of sucks. I don't like the quality of this, but it's the best I was able to get out of it. I think it's better for all future episodes, but that one in particular, the audio quality was just poor in that beginning section. I don't know why. You think the game was louder than me? Maybe that could be part of it. Maybe I didn't gain it enough, but I think I still stand by what I say. Episode 3's thing wasn't too great. This is just a waste of glass. I can't grab that. Whatever. There. Oh, how do I fix this? I don't like this, but I really don't like this. This can't be open like that. And if I put just glass blocks there, then the corner sticks out, and that's awkward. And if I chisel it, then it just doesn't look right. I mean, yeah, I could do, like, you know, that. There's nothing really wrong with that. I just think it sticks out a bit more than I'd want it to, kind of. I like seeing through the corners. But, you know, for now, this works. It's fine. Bit of a waste of glass, but this is better. There's no way in hell that this is considered a room. So I'm gonna have to map this out real quick. How wide is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 if I counted correctly. 14, 15 maybe at the longest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I bet this is too wide because that goes out there. So I will need to divide this into sections. I could easily turn that and have a little, like, section under the stairs. I kind of like that. Then I need to move my lantern back one, and I don't want to do this. I can always bring this out one more so that these walls line up. It feels weird to have this little spot back here, though, so maybe we'd do that. That's fine, I guess. I also have to be worried about this length. I know this is too long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. 10 there where the bear head is at. So that's 10. Okay. So then I need a something here, basically. And then this might... No, there's no way, because I think this can't be considered a room because it calculates this corner to this wall there. I think. I'll try making it better. Where's my interior design people? My architects. I need y'all's input. And do I do double doors or single doors? They did also improve sleek doors. Asleep. Well, good. While you're sleeping, dream of a good way to make this look good. I guess I can start filling this in and see if this is considered a room. It is considered a room. Nice. Okay. Good. And I guess I could just leave it like this, and this could be, I don't know what, something. Double doors or single doors? I'm usually more of a fan of double doors. Just wider, easier to get through. That's coming from somebody who has a problem fitting through doors in real life. A big guy. Yeah, okay, that's still a room. So this should also be a room, I believe. No, it's not. Why are you not? Probably because of this stuff up here. Well, I was probably gonna put a door here anyway. That would be perfect for double doors. I don't have a reason not to put those there. If I need to fix something, it'll be this other door. It's still not a... Oh. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah. This whole room is probably gonna get... Whoa, not that. I don't know, I feel like this room's gonna get adjusted. At least a lot of this is probably gonna get reworked eventually. I feel like the only logical thing to do here is to expand that room outward. Hey, they fixed how you place bear rugs. Awesome. Now you no longer, it doesn't face the way you're facing, so it faces towards you, which is something that I appreciate because, I don't know, it just makes more sense to my brain. It bothers me more than it should that this wall does this. I think this whole wall needs to move towards me one. Like this, and then let's try not to lose these. That's really nice. This change to grabbing items. So now your stuff doesn't fall off the cliff if you're actually paying attention. Wait, what? No, wait, that's right, right? Yeah. Because then this is gonna do this. This will go here. And this wall is going to get knocked down. Good night, Halia. Get some rest. It's fine because I'm streaming longer than I normally do anyway. Maybe... it's 3:30 my time, and I'm gonna have people over here at 7, and I'm gonna have to be done basically by 6. When am I ending my stream today? Maybe 4 o'clock? Maybe? You dozed off. Oh, man. Yeah, get some sleep, hell yeah. Don't stay up. Don't force yourself. I love that my character now meows when taking damage. It's not actually a meow, but it's so tiny. I haven't slept for the last decade. Yeah, get some sleep. Do your thing. There will always be more time for Vintage Story. It does sound like a meow. That's adorable. Speaking of meow, there is meow that I can show real quick. One more time. Might get rid of the text, or actually just do this. She's not gonna move. Yeah, I kind of do need a 4K camera just for Gracie. I'd grab her and move her, but then she'd be ornery, and we don't want to upset the cat. Can I tear down this wall? I have a big rectangle room. Is that okay? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, it's not okay. Okay. Guess I could build in from here a bit more if I need to. Oh, someone else's cat. Hey, Zell, how's it going? Good night, Alia. Have a good sleep. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. Very happy. Version 1.22 is out, and I am very excited to be... I mean, I was playing this all along, but I'm excited to see all the new features and stuff. The new mechanics. Didn't break anything. Nothing except the kern. Hey guys, it's the 5th time I'm gonna show the kern. It's my favorite part of the stuff that broke. I'm pretty sure it broke for everybody. Oh my god, don't die. Oh my god, don't die again. Stop. This is gonna be a better staircase, I promise. There you go. I absolutely love this. This is my favorite thing. I hope it stays. Yeah. The only other thing I had was some weird dirt block interactions where it wasn't giving me dirt, but then I saved and quit and came back and it was fine. You know, I just had a thought here. If I... What's this? 1 and then second block over right where my chest is at. If I take this... You can still open that even though there's a block above it. Okay. If I take this and I just blow out this wall and close this off completely, this gives me room to do windmill shenanigans. Oh, that's what I'm so excited about too. Being able to finally have axles in walls. Oh, that's gonna be so nice. I didn't even really consider that until just now, but like, yeah, I'm gonna move this windmill because I really don't like the way it looks and everything, but being able to be like, hey, look, this axle, no, you should be able to do it. Why are you not doing it? I know you can. They showed it in the video. Do you have to place the axle in the block? You have to break the axle first before it does it? No, there's a way to do it. I watched them in their darn video. How do I do the thing? Oh, add block covering. Oh, you need a wrench? Oh. Interesting. Okay, let's just test this. I'll make a wrench. But I gotta test this. I gotta see what it's like. Add block covering with wrench. Shift, right click, wrench. Do I do this? What do I do? Wrench plus shift plus right click. Huh? And wrench go in the off. Oh, right. This is creative mode now. Whoopsie. Wrench go in the offhand. It can. Okay. Ah. Oh. Just be careful about that, I guess. Ooh. Oh yeah, and then they have like this new stuff. Hey, they have a with small 4-way iron hub. What is this? It spins so weird in a little preview. So this spins this way, and I'm assuming other axles fit into that. Maybe? How does that work? That would turn the axle, but nothing. A gear, maybe? How the heck would that work? I guess, yeah, you'd have to have gears with axles feeding into this. And then the wind power or whatever. This is cool. How do I make this? Can I not make this? I don't want to... No. Weird. Okay, so yes, wrench in the offhand, block in the main hand. Got it. Okay, we'll get that taken care of. I will definitely do that. More smithing time! We get to see the smithing mechanics. We're gonna make an iron wrench. Also, my character's freezing. Don't attack me. Bye. Okay. Did I make a grindstone? Not yet, because you need to have nails, and I don't have nails right now. But I do. I do want to get into that, for sure. New smithing time! I love this. I love new smithing. I'm gonna have to move this stuff inevitably anyway, but... So we do this, and then we light this up. It's very much like old smithing, except... Okay, so the best way to think about this for people who might get a little confused about it, I know I was at first, do not base your forge temperature off of the burn temperature. It says here. So it says burn temperature 1100. Don't. For forges, think of your baseline temperature as 700 degrees. And then everything that it says about forge temp modifier is added or minus that. I don't know why they chose to do it that way, but like brown coal is minus 100, meaning it gets to a maximum temp of 600. Charcoal is plus 50, so a temperature of 750. with black coal being the baseline of 700. It doesn't have any added things. Brown coal burns longer, but doesn't get as hot, and you need a bellows to make it increase in temperature. If you want to work iron without a bellows, you have to have charcoal, basically. Or, I think coke is better than that, even. But that requires you having a coke furnace, which is something that most people probably don't have. I have my iron tongs now, which look really nice. Honestly, just a big fan of how iron tongs look. But I'm trying to use the wooden ones up to get rid of those. And items cool pretty quickly, so we need a wrench. Oh yeah, iron spears! I forgot about that. I gotta make spears now, too. Heavy iron bracket. Interesting. Iron crowbar for support beams. Anyway, before this cools off on me, wrenches are easy to make. Yeah, grindstone I just gotta get nails for. So I have to make more iron blooms, and I was sort of trying to wait on making more iron blooms without having my health hammer set up. So on Monday I ended my stream by going all the way back to my original base. And I picked up, you can see in here, I've got pulverizer, large wooden gears, more pulverizer. I have health hammers, I think, upstairs. I have some stuff, but like I went back to my old base and grabbed all the stuff from my cementation furnace so I could start making steel again. Because I only have 5 steel ingots left. So before I get into like anything crazy, I want to make eventually I want to make steel spears that are properly like tempered and quenched and everything, so that they do the maximum amount of damage. They'll sharpen them on a grindstone. I want to do all that very, very soon. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm working on the basement so that... and this needs to cool. We'll get into this a little bit more. But what I want to do is essentially... There's quenching and tempering as 2 mechanics. You can quench one of 2 ways. You can quench without clay or with clay. Without clay increases the attack damage and efficiency of the tool. So like if it's a shovel, you'll do more damage with it if you wanted to, but also it does more mining speed. If you cover it in fire clay specifically, then quench it, you get hardening, which makes the durability go up more. And the durability, I did this on my shovel, goes up by 20%. So of all the stuff I've shoveled already, I'm still above what normal iron would be without doing any of that. Then what you can do is after you've quenched it, you can temper the metal, which requires that you heat it up and let it cool like this. And that'll make it less likely to shatter. Basically, it strengthens the tool, but it reduces some of the benefits you have from before. So if you want to play the risky game, you can just quench this repeatedly, heat it up, quench it, heat it up, quench it, heat it up, quench it, until you hit there's probably some sort of maximum that you hit, but this will shatter, more likely to shatter, and you'll just lose the materials. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to take this wrench, and I'm going to quench it with fire clay, but you can't apply fire clay to it when it's this hot. So you have to wait for it to cool, then you can apply fire clay, then you can heat it up again, then you can quench it, and you'll get extra durability. If you play that game. I'm only doing it for the sake of showing it. I don't think an iron wrench needs to have more than 1800 durability, but it's a really cool system. I like it a lot. Do you need iron nails for a grindstone, or can you use copper? You should be able to use copper. You also need a specific stone, either chert sandstone or clay stone. The one thing I don't like about this, and this is just developer stuff in general for any video game, They say, if you look at grinding wheel, it says, used to sharpen slashing and piercing weapons and tools, imparting a temporary power bonus. Many types of stone can be used. By many, they mean 3. And then it says, with some providing a sharper edge than others. What? What do you mean some? Which one of these works? I think it has to be bronze or higher nails, though. Can't use copper, but I think it's maybe it's at least iron. There's steel. Black bronze. So you can make it work with bronze. I haven't seen copper in the rotation, so I'm assuming copper doesn't work. I don't have any copper nails on me. Otherwise, I would try it. I'm going to break so many tools and weapons by trying to quench them. So, like, the meta for tools is with clay and weapons quenching. Actually, have something quenched, tempered like 20 times. Pay no mind to the metric tons of wasted materials. Even as enchanting, the more you add, the higher chance it'll break. Like the nails. Can you make nails with that? Apparently, yes. So, yeah, the quenching system is great. So I would say the meta is gonna be looping the quenching tempering system. If you wanted to make the world's strongest iron wrench, you would clay quench it, then heat it back up, let it temper, which is just cooling like this. And they have different temperature ranges, so it'll tell you if it's eligible for quenching or tempering. The problem with tempering, though, and they say this in the handbook, temper. The problem with tempering is that you can only temper, where does it say? One cannot temper an item more times than it has been quenched. So, this is not tempering the tool and making it stronger at all right now. It has not been quenched yet. I wonder if it's cold enough now to use. I don't know what the theoretical coolness needs to be. Apparently, 200 degrees Celsius is fine in your hand. Now it's 83 for some reason. Whatever. So if we grab fire clay, I believe the only way to combine it is to do this, and then you get covered in clay. It tells you quenchable at 815 to 1000, so you'll take that, and then you take your, not fire clay, I need my brown coal. We're gonna have to heat this bad boy back up. So the process of this, why can't I place you? Control, place. Why can't I place you? What? That hasn't happened yet. Can this not be reheated? It would be a first from what I've seen. So it's just covered in clay? How do I guess it's not a tool head, but I did it with the tongs. That doesn't feel right to me. It's like trying to rotate it, I think, is what's happening. Like it's trying to do the thing that wrenches do, maybe. That's really odd. You should be able to place this back. Well, interesting. That seems like a bug to me. Because you should be able to place a wrench on here and heat it back up. Weird. Because it doesn't say it's not quenchable, it says quenchable. So that seems like a bug. I guess you can't quench wrenches? Right now? Like, you can't do the clay thing and make that happen? That's weird. Well, I'd show you a little bit more, but I guess I could just show you what happened with the shovel. So I did the hardening and it gave it 20% durability. When I accidentally did hardening on my tongs, or not, I accidentally did normal quenching without hardening. It gave it more damage and mining speed, but then I went back and I did the with the fire clay, I did the quenching with the clay, and that gave it a durability gain. The problem is every time you temper, or every time you every time you temper, the bonus goes down. I wish I could show it a little better, but it goes away. It says times tempered 1 times quenched 2, power gain plus 9.2, durability plus 16.7, shatter chance 13. I've quenched this twice. One of them was for damage and mining speed. One of them was for durability. Whereas the shovel, I only did it once for durability. That's weird that this can't be messed with anymore. And it has durability damage, so I'm assuming it has to do with the fact that it's a wrench. So I'm gonna do this and give myself a normal wrench. And just use it as is. Also, I'm taking, because I am petty like this, I'm taking brown coal. I got one there, and I'm taking a fire clay. You cost me resources. So I'm switching and taking my resources back. It's not about, I can't even heat it up. That's the thing, is it's not hot enough to quench because I can't heat it up. It won't go on the forge. I think it's because it's considered a completed tool, like a pickaxe. Like, you can't take a pickaxe and put it back on the forge when it's like this. You can only take the tool head and put it on the forge. So the moment you make it into an actual tool that you can use, you can no longer mess with it. So I think that's the problem, is that the wrench is considered both an incomplete and complete tool, and it allows you to try to quench it and everything, even though it's done. But it's not done in the game's eyes. Because you can't mess with your tools like this. So try with shears. These might be, though they're used. Yeah, shears work fine. So there's something about the wrench, the fact that you can interact with it. Like, maybe it's trying to rotate the forge and it can't. It's really weird. But yes, I can continue with the shears if I wanted to, though these are half dead anyway, so I don't think I'm gonna mess with them too much. I mean, I guess I could. Why not? If they break, they break. They're just shears. I can make more. And while that's doing that, I'm going to rework this wall. This should be in line with the rest of this. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna heat this back up. It should be fine. We just got to get it back up to temp. Wooden tongs. Needs to be 815 to 1,000, somewhere in there. Yeah, that should be good. Quenchable, 5% chance to break. Without clay, this should give me a mining speed boost. %10 damage, 10% mining speed. Power gain 10%. So that's how you could loop it if you want to. You could put these back, you could then let it temper, or you could try to cover it in clay. Let's do it, you know. You only live once, we might as well mess with the game's new systems. Let's see if I shatter my shears being done with it. Oh, wait. I forgot. You can't apply fire clay on it unless it goes in crafting, but then it's too hot to craft because I heated it up. So, I can try to let it cool, but I might run out of time for this. So you know what? We're gonna do double damage. No fire clay this time. Where are my shears? Right there. There we go. That's the only thing I don't like, is that if something's hot, you can't apply fire clay to it. So if you forget to put the fire clay on before you start heating it up in the forge, then you just kind of have to wait again for it to cool down. Probably a couple more bellows. Yeah, good enough. Quench again. No break. No break. Now we're at 18% with a 15% chance to shatter. So, diminishing returns. But better performance. It's a great system. I'm very happy with it. I have way too much junk on me. Okay, we're just gonna put this stuff here. Chisel can actually go back with the other things. I can put that here. Shears, sure. Scythe, sure. Pay no attention to the items being tossed in the corner. Was able to grab all of that? Dang. Where do I want these? Maybe in this... No, not sideways. I love that you can do that, but no. Like that, please. The sheer power is overwhelming. Oh god. Why are you in here? This is a pretty well lit room. You get to stay there and have fun, I guess. It's going to bother me if this is not also glass, so I need to do that. I have blocks and I have slabs. Glass, okay. The new glass textures, I'm sort of with Helia. I'm not 100% a fan of the weird, like, crossy, I think what's supposed to be glare, but also they made it, like, more milky in color. That is a great way to describe it. It's, like, weirdly glowy and foggy. I don't like that. Not a big fan myself. The one thing I need out of this is the trunk. Will you let me pick up the trunk, game? No, everything but. Okay. Still everything but. Got it. Okay, there we go. I will organize this in a little bit. But for now... that can be there. We'll put the gears down here, I guess. Door, refractory bricks, stone coffin, and coffin lids. I'll put that there. And then olivine can go down here, lapis down here, the titanium for making tier 3, the steel down here. I'm just gonna put all that down in this row, and then this can be the metals, of which I have no particular order at the moment. More organizing will come soon. I carry a lot of stuff on me. Okay. Alright, so then this will be a wall, so these don't need to be like that. And then I need to move these crates. Where am I moving the crates to? Maybe in this corner. That's fine. Okay, so that'll be better. This is basically gonna be a spot for the windmill that I'm gonna put on top of my house to feed down into here. And hopefully I can turn this into like Hellhammer area. And that type of stuff. And then this will be a room and that'll be a room. Kind of just for that stuff. I need to fix a couple things, though. I don't like the way the doors are. think I like it. That, and that'll get fixed to fit with that wall in a bit. Okay. Not too bad. Good expansion in the base today. I will try to, outside of streaming, make just improvements like making this look nicer than it is and moving things where I want them to be and all that other stuff. But it is November 2nd. So this is probably what I'm going to do like all winter, honestly, is just make improvements to the house and move things around. But unfortunately, I've got to get going. It's getting later in the evening, and unless something has changed, which I don't think it has, then yeah, I got to get going, because I've only got about 2 hours before I got to do my stuff for the evening. So unfortunately, that's going to be it today. Let me go back up to my resting spot and actually grab some food real quick. I don't have a light source. Grab food, then go to sleep, and then end stream. I'm going to have to find somebody who streams on Twitch now after I'm done streaming so I can do raids, because I actually have a decent audience sometimes. And it's the polite thing to do. Kind of. I don't watch Twitch myself. That's what makes like raiding so difficult for me, is like I don't, it's not my scene, which is weird. I use the thing for streaming, but I don't personally like watch it very much. Okay, well, that's gonna be it today, guys. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Love having you guys here and being able to chat and enjoy Vintage Story together. There will be more on Friday. It will be later in the evening, unfortunately, for the people that have different time zones. So I may not see you then. I hope I can, though. But bye-bye. Gracie would say bye, but she's asleep, so yeah. Take care, guys.